Mighty Morbin Power Rangers. That would be a good show. That would be a good show. We're going to have some Morbin monkey tea. It's going to be so good. Going to be so good. All right. So I want to implement my stuff without totally breaking the old stuff until it is time to do so. All right. I'm looking for a function that must already exist that tells me, is something underground, on the ground, or above the ground? Is target within valid barriers? Yeah, let's just make a file for this stuff. Get layer index of e.position for the manager. It's getting ready to think about pouring that tea, but I want it to steep a little more. I want it to steep a little more. Okay, what about pain? Okay, you know what? We're going to make sure we still compile. We're going to refactor some of this stuff. Let's call it ground layers. All right. I'm going to put this stuff there. Ground layers. Okay. Underground barrier is so now I want to look for maybe people who use these things. Okay, so we have multi-floor level. That's like after. Let's. So we're going to rename some of these things. Because barrier has like a technical definition. So we'll call this like ground layer info. Okay. Going to rename that Who Dies. Okay. This is going to be called get ground layer info. Is target within valid? Is target valid within barriers? Okay, so instead of underground barrier, this is going to be called underground Z1. Skyground Z1. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to have lots of things. Wow, this could be all messed up. Could be all messed up. So we want to replace get underground barrier info with get ground layer info. Why am I editing this? What the hell is player Z variables for entity? What? Oh, I better pour my tea. Wow. As pertains to this tea, it is definitely Morbin time. That's all I could say. It is Morbin time. You know what I forgot? I forgot the milk. It's hard to morb without milk. Pro tip. All right. Okay, so the reason we're doing this I don't know. Why are we doing this? Okay. Ground layer index. Now what? Now I kind of don't understand why this. Why the fuck is this copy pasted? Oh, that's fucking why. Okay. Okay. Like, this should probably go away. Oh, dang. All right, we want to do this in the opposite order. Um, okay. is inside ground layer. Let's put this in this other file. Okay. We're just piling up the changes. I had wanted this to be simple, but you know what? It's a long time coming. This is, we checked out a little technical debt on our technical credit card. That's all. And we're just changing the things. We're cleaning them up a little bit. Oh my God, we already had world layer. I knew I did this. Okay, we're not going to do that anymore. Get ground layer. Okay. Underground. Underground Z0, underground Z1, sky ground, so who's calling this? Ocean and Sokoban. And is supported. Okay. Okay. So we have another get layer for Z in that other file. We're just, you know, we're just piling them up. We just keep making the changes, but sometimes you have to morb, you know? Sometimes you have to morb. We've got another one. I might break so many things here, guys. We might not even get to the actual thing I wanted to work on. We're going to do, I very rarely check this, but we're going to do a thing. Actually, let's do this. We can change what this is. All right. Let's see if we can even morb enough to run the game. Okay. We have morbed. We haven't done the primary morb that we came here to do. This is more like a mini morb. You know, like sometimes you need to have a mini morb. Animation of the wizard seems really broken lately. I wonder what his deal is. We'll deal with it later. This guy's not having that problem. He is morbing just fine. Okay. Let's try some basic editor stuff that uses multiple levels. We can do a quick Benny test. That was really much more of an extensive series of edits than I had planned to make. So we are definitely going to walk over those, because there was a thing that I felt like I had fixed a bug even, which, yeah. Okay, can we morb around between the different levels of this? Okay, it seems that we can. Okay, so this all appears to be working. I'll try overworld real fast. Okay, more than one sun entity on current floor is bad. We need to check that. We're not applying the suns correctly. All right. So who says more than one sun entity? God, it's this visible entity Z0 shit. Why is there so much of this? Here, let's run this in the debugger. This is not what I had wanted to work on at all, but it has become a sewer and must be cleansed. It must be morbed. Why is it God, Visual Studio is so stupid. Okay. So, active floor mode. Barriers. Sky ground Z0 and Z1 are backwards. Why is this? Probably because the fucking members were backwards. I don't know. I see. Okay, I fucked up. I fucked up. And this is going to be a little bit painful. So the deal is, the barrier is really supposed to be somewhere. It's supposed to be somewhere. Okay? Can we please... Okay. So for instead of Z0 for this, I'm going to have to rename all this, and it's going to be quite painful, but you know what? It'll cause me to rewrite some of the code some more. How are we an hour into the stream and we're still doing our mini morb? Mini morb. Okay. So Z0 barrier. We could call barrier Z1 in this case. See, like calling them Z0, Z1 is easy to understand. All right. All right. Let's think about this. So I definitely should have just gone and looked at this before I did this and reminded myself of all my things. CPU does 1 teraflop, I know, isn't it crazy? It's a lot of flopping. Your CPU can really flop around. Yeah, I mean, how many teraflops does it require to morb, I guess, is the question. Fuck. All right. Okay, we're just going to do this. We are just going to do this. Yeah. It's Morbin time. Fuck, dude. How do so many people use these? What the shit? I let this go too long getting like things that I think are fine being messy if it's just me using them. As soon as there's other programmers involved and those people do not have an inclination to clean them up, which most programmers do not, it becomes bad real fast. You know what? I'm just going to have another painful fucking hour disambiguating all these things. So I'm just going to do it. I'm going to call these floor plane. Underground floor plane. Sky ground floor plane. Sky ground barrier. This is below sky ground floor plane. This is above underground floor plane and below on-ground floor plane. Okay, we're just switching it back. Underground barrier. Sky ground barrier. Okay. Floor plane barrier. Floor barrier. Floor plane. Just renaming it all. You get a rename and you get a rename. Everybody gets a rename. Okay, I've got to just start writing down all the shit. Player is in underground. I had been hyped to rewrite the visibility, and I can't even get there because of this shit. Which, to be fair, is originally my fault. It's just was taken too far. We've got to delete this player is in underground thing. That is no longer makes sense. It's not even being set correctly here. Buffer swap? Oh my God, guys, no. No, it is not buffer swap. Okay, we're going to use the functions. Z is less than info.underground Z1. Yeah, why? Well, what the actual fuck? I think we want to delete this whole function. Okay, get ground layer. What does this want? Underground barrier, all right. Cool. It's called info here. Infotainment, everybody. Infotainment. What? Oh. We didn't even have it. Okay. If underground is active, ay, ay, ay. Okay. Okay. Well, we get to morb again. If at first you do not morb again. You know? When you have code that you consider okay when working on your own and start working on it in a team, how do you decide when is a good time to clean it up? When it starts looking like what I was just looking at, when like way too many places are doing similar but different if statements on various variables and whatever. It's like bad news. It was bad news bears. Don't tell me what's the quote or not. I know the quotes, and that was the quote. We're going to morb so much, you're going to get tired of morbing. Okay. Let's take two. Let me go check the water. What? Okay, that wasn't even the problem. Okay, hold on. What level are we talking about here? I know this level. This is one of my very levels. So like we're probably smashing something. I don't see why that would present a problem. But admittedly, I should have tested this. Okay, smash. Oh, remove nudges. Let's call it remove nudges. All right. Okay, we're just going to do a debug build. And we're going to go straight to that level. Let me get my water. So the nudges are all these different things that could be happening. Like when you push a block and it can't go or whatever. It's all these things that could happen to an object to like offset it a little bit. And they used to be a bunch of little hard-coded things, and today I converted them into one common thing. Right? Let me just see if it's the smash. Is it the smashing pumpkin? I feel like it must be. Okay. So this is the morbing beam. Yep. Why? 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 Do smash. It says schedule for destruction target. I wonder if we somehow I don't know why this is here, by the way. This should be back over here. Also, I don't frickin' know why it's a separate function. I mean, I wonder if we nudge it afterward. Oh. I bet we do. I bet we do. Watch this. Right, the key is once again Morbin, which is good. Which one is it called? What the fuck? Stop it. Worlds collide, promised in stones. Okay. Whoops. So I'm going to see Morb 564. I don't think that's it. I can't see. Well, we'll step through it more carefully. We'll go to do smash. What am I even looking at right here? I'm trying to look at the file. Okay. Boom. Fuck, there's a control M in the file. Guys, I can't do anything right now. All the forces of the universe are conspiring to prevent me from morbing, and I don't like it. What is happening? Okay, so we're making a rubble. We're scheduling for destruction the target. Unregister. It is not in nudges array. The nudges are even empty. So how does it get one? This is going to be the badness right here. Badge. Bump entity. Because we pushed the object. Oh, we don't call initiate whatever here. Bro. Destruction. Return null. Oh, fuck. Well, who calls bump entity? Nudge in skipping stones. Should have morbed. Well, I'm just morbing very slowly right now, guys. Guys, sometimes, like, you don't always have to morb super fast, is what I'm saying. Sometimes it's okay to take it slow. Look at all this morbing that happened. Look at all that morbing that happened. All right. We are back to attempting the release build. How's it going, everybody? How are the things? Now, it is quite possible that I messed up some of that layer info stuff, and I will be sad. If a company doesn't want to allocate time for quality, should you just quit? Okay, it depends. It depends. Yes, if that's really what's happening. However, some programmers are just slow, right? And if that's an excuse to be slow, then you should quit because you're slow. So the answer is yes, you should quit either way. No company allocates time for quality. That's false. Dude, all we do is work on quality all the time. See, check out our quality soundtrack that is currently playing. All right, we got further. Engineers are very myopic to business realities. No, that's false. I mean, a lot of them are, yes, but that's not, like, most of the business dudes driving this kind of bad development are myopic to business realities. Okay? Like, let's look at a company that does amazing things. Motherfucking SpaceX. How hard do you think that they work on the quality of the SpaceX rockets? And do you think that 99.9999% of these clueless Harvard MBAs would be able to fucking have led SpaceX? It's like, look, if your model for success is some mediocre business application company that nobody will ever care about, don't model yourself after that. It's not good. It's not good. %80 of Fortune 500 CEOs have an engineering degree. I did not even know that stat, but I'm not surprised. I bet that continues to increase over time, by the way. Well, except in that school is becoming more irrelevant. So maybe it'll decrease eventually. No, this whole business realities thing. So on the one hand, it's true, there are business realities, for sure. But all these mediocre companies are using business realities as an excuse. If they're not doing something amazing, like, look, what is better business? Doing something amazing that lots of people want and think is awesome, or doing something kind of mediocre that you could sort of barely sell to people for a while until you go out of business? The first one is way better business, but it's not what you see all these people doing who claim business realities as the source of their decision making. Do you see what I'm saying? Most CEOs are ex-CFOs. That is false. That is false. That's like the 1970s, 1980s model of running a company. Working in a company where you definitely don't make something amazing, well, there you go. This tea is amazing, though. This tea really makes me want a morgue. Tea really makes me want a morb. I haven't even put the honey in yet. I feel like most people in companies are just trying to go day after day, not caring about their job. That is how it seems to me a lot of the time. I mean, people will claim they care about their job, right? But then what are the revealed preferences that actually happen? way overpaid for being a firefighter daily. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is if all you ever see is firefighting as well, that's a bad sign long term. Like short term, if there are fires, you need to fight them. But like, if there's just always fires, bad news. So I feel like I didn't egregiously break things. I should like manually play Promised a little bit.
Telling the truth can be bad news. Telling the truth can be bad news. Telling the truth can be telling the truth can be good news. Telling the truth is a bad idea. Telling the truth is a difficult problem. Telling the truth is a scary. Telling the truth is a scary predicament. Telling the truth is a bitter herb. Telling the truth is a dangerous tunnel. When you get out of that tunnel, it's a black life ahead. Forget herb. I never heard of a hit that had the word herb in it. Telling the truth is a dangerous thing. Dangerous! Telling the truth can be dangerous. What? Danger. Telling the truth can be dangerous. Telling the truth can be dangerous business. Telling the truth can be dangerous business. Why? 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 Telling the truth can be dangerous business because if yourself, you don't know why. Huh? Well, I'm just giving you what the idea is.
These puzzles are not procedurally generated now.
If you don't know yourself, then you don't know why. Oh, is that brilliant? Telling the truth can be dangerous business. Honest and popular don't go hand in hand. If you admit that you can play the accordion, no one will hire you in a rock and roll band. But we can't sing
Our hearts out.
And if we're lucky, with no neighbors complain.
Well, because we have to recompile so many shaders, we're still going. Uh-oh. That looks totally fucking wrong. Totally wrong. Okay. But I don't think it has anything to do with anything we did today. That was about Morbin. How long does it take to finish this game? Probably 400 hours or more. It's 40 more billion hours. It could be. It could be 40 more billion hours. No, nobody else is streaming the work on this game. Except me. We finally got through the Morbing. With the expected number of fails. So I didn't break anything super bad. And I don't mean super bad the movie. Except maybe I do. Okay, so I want to debug the raft situation. Although we might check this in first. Oh, you know what? Let me try promised as well. I just want to make sure I could walk around and do stuff on both the levels. It's gem time. Zap it a zap. Sure seems like I could do things. Sure seems like I can morb. Okay, level raft corners 4x4. I mean, this looks fine. It might have only been, oh, that's, okay, we're not wrapping correctly before we interpolate. Cute though. Very cute. We have to fix this. This is not the video game that we are playing. See, by the way, for all the people who say, wouldn't you test it faster if you didn't render the scenes? If I didn't render the scenes, I wouldn't have seen that. Just by example. Do you have advice for starters on how to start making games? Yes. My advice is, if you are asking me that, you're probably not cut out for making games. Sorry. Go away. Because I'm tired of people asking me that, and it's so easy to get started that if you haven't, I have nothing to say to you, basically. I have literally nothing to say to you. Back in the old days, if you wanted to learn to play piano or something, you had to buy a piano. That was expensive. You had to get lessons. That was expensive and difficult. Right now, all you need is a computer. And by the way, you're typing to me that question on a computer. So in the time you wasted asking me that question, you could have been making a game and or learning about how to make the game. Like, yes, literally take that sentence you typed into Twitch chat and type it into Google and follow the links and do what the links say and you'll be fine. It's like everybody, like, what bothers me about that question is it's kind of like people asking me for permission to think of themselves as budding game makers without them having to do anything. It's like, no, I'm not going to give you permission to think of yourself that way. That's not how it is. You're a video game maker if you make video games. If you don't, you're not. It is that simple. It is that simple. You don't get to think of yourself as a game developer if you don't develop games. Even hobbyist games in your spare time is fine. But if you don't even do that, why are you asking me for permission to think something cool about yourself? I don't do that. It's just nonstop people asking this question every day. And it's 2022. It's so easy to learn now. If you haven't learned already, I don't know what that means. Okay. So this is going to be in the Lily Move stuff that we added yesterday. I should have tried it on a wrapping level, and I did not. That is my fault. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a secret. Oh, I already did it. I did an as right there. Oh, boy. Okay. Wrap to manager. What are the arguments? Wrap to. Wrap to base and target. Okay, so manager e.visual position target pause. Okay, VP local. Can I maybe wrap to okay. VP local. That might have been enough. I'm just going to lay here dead and watch these go around. And it's going to be great. Draw emitter. Probably drawing the emitter 9 times. Oh, wait. 120 emitters. It's probably one emitter per lily pad, and you still can't see them. So we're going to take care of that for now. What softwares did we use for 3D models? Maya and what's it called? Whatever the 3D bump mapping fucking thing is that everybody used. Big refactor and cleanup of barrier info stuff. Dang it, I knew there was going to be one. Okay, let me get a clean notepad. So, we fixed raft corners. We need potentially visible entities. Player is in whatever. We need to fix that. And lily emitter. Let's check out this lily emitter. Activate beams, lilies, and rivers. Are these like left over somehow? Okay, no. But when I go Control-Alt-Shift-G, there's a bunch. We are making them fluid drop. It's ass. We have to get rid of it for now. What is going on? Aha. Ensure lily particles exist. Disabled until we actually make these look good, since they are hella expensive. All right. Draw emitter. Is that because we have them leftovers? How do we have 18 emitters? What? Oh, because we're drawing those two 9 times. Yeah. Okay, that's just... It's just an expensive function in debug mode, is really what we were saying. Telling the truth is a bitter herb. Okay. Next, we want to look for this player is in whatever, and these are frickin' ass. So we need to fix all of these. There's only a couple that use it. Get ground layer, get ground layer info manager, guy Z. If layer is equal to dot underground, layer is equal to dot skyground. All right. So player is in underground, player is in skyground. Oh, you know, instead of, let's get rid of this. We do want it to be consistent. Because if the player moves in the middle of the frame, we don't want something surprising happening. Okay. We're going to delete these off Entity Manager. And we're going to say ground layer, this frame is a ground layer index. Okay. So same level, index K. Where does this special K serial come from? IDX room Z. Zero is lobby one. Is that true? Is this true? Yes, we maintained, okay. Ground layer index. $15.41. It's a lucky number. Okay. Like, what is going on here? What is this for entity stuff? Like, who... What is going on? This kind of copy pasta is bullshit. Okay. So like, I'm just going to destroy this with extreme prejudice, because having two copies of this is very bad. Very bad. literally nobody ever uses this except, oh wait, one thing. That's even commented out. Oh. It's literally just that. Okay, we're going to leave that for now. It's fine. Variable info is used before its declaration. Lol. Heisenberg, update player Z variables for entity. Okay. Same level, colon equals it index k is equal to xx, or just not even xx, manager.ground layer this frame. Delete, delete, delete. And delete. I am the reaper of code that should not be there. My guys. Player Z for lighting. Oh, Casey's here. Have I met? Oh, I've met Jason Rohrer a number of times. Have I talked to him since his legal items relating to the mobile version of 1 Hour, 1 Life? I mean, I hope he sued the fuck out of whoever did that. I should go visit Jason. Actually, that would be a fun thing to do after the other things I'm doing this July. Yeah, he moved. I know what state he moved to, but I will not say. I know where. I know what town he moved to. What happened with the mobile version? You know, someone like from China or somewhere decided to just make a mobile version of his game. You know, because that's just a thing that you do, right? Like, if I remember correctly, I'm sure you can get better details from chat. He does have his code as public domain. Is the art public domain? I don't know. If he released it as public domain, there's not much you can say about that. It is in bad taste to do that, but, you know, you sort of said they could do that if you release it public domain. Oh right, they were claiming it was their game. Yeah, that's scummy. Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's super scummy. Now the thing is, if it really is public domain, there's not like any enforceable attribution clause. There's no Santa Claus, you know what I'm saying? This is, I don't know. I don't know. But it is scummy. I would never work with somebody who did that. For sure. So I want to make sure that the gridding is correct. I do believe it is. Let's walk through the wall. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay, good. Now what? I did this. I did that. Barrier info refactor. Part 2. Now, it is time to actually do the thing I wanted to do, which is start hitting the visibility system and making it reasonable. Because like this thing happened, I don't want to complain too much, right? But like the reason we hire people on a team to help make an engine is because there's a lot to do, right? But sometimes people go and write a whole system and I don't look at it. And then I look at it later and I'm like, but wait, for this game, the thing that you want is like totally different from that. And I think that's what happened with visibility. To be fair, I was enjoying the fact that I didn't have to communicate very much at that time because I was deep in work on other things. But sometimes the result of that is not so good. But one assumes that the visibility system for this game would just be directly analytic, like it would just know exactly what to iterate. No, because whereas the gameplay objects are all about one grid square big, that is not true for the environment art. The environment art is basically, mesh soup. But like, look, we know how to do that, right? We've got bounding spheres around stuff. It's no big deal. The thing is, so the way that the game works is it's probably a little bit confusing unless you think really deeply about it, because the majority of levels are one screen levels. They don't need any visibility culling because like just draw everything in the scene, right? But the problem is because we're us and we do things that are challenging gameplay wise, game design wise, we have two other cases. One is we have wrapping levels, which we do by rendering the level like frickin' 9 times, in which case, usually you only see like part of the neighboring areas. I think if we don't cull any of that, it's probably actually fine. However, it just means that the render loop has this render the scene 9 times thing in it, right? And so that makes it a little different. Is there ever a reason to dereference a null pointer? Yes, when you want to crash your program. So that's, why did I read chat? Because now I've totally derailed. Oh yeah. So then the other thing is we have very large multi-screen levels that could also be multi-layer. So we can actually have like giant fuck tons of stuff in the level relative to what you see on the screen. And those specific cases only are sort of what visibility culling has to be geared toward, right? Now, there are two very specific features that you should design the visibility culling around that this one is not designed around. which is why I'm looking at it and I'm like, huh, right? These two things are, one, they're multi-level maps and we only ever draw one level at a time. We may have to do some transitional things eventually to bridge the thing, but it's mostly fine, right? So like right away on these big levels, if it's like 2 layers or 3 layers, right away you don't even have to consider half the entities because it's on the other layer. So gone, right? 50% speed improvement in visibility culling. That's not being done. That's part of what I want to do today. And then the other thing is, most of the entities are frickin' static. Most of them don't move, right? And this is the same as a lot of games. We have a series of gameplay entities that could move. We have a bunch that don't move. Now it's a little more complicated when you're in the editor, because in the editor stuff moves, but that's fine. We can just make that be a little slower. But like the stuff that doesn't move, there's certain checks that you don't have to perform on, is what I'll say about that, right? Because the fact that they don't move means that like their visible, invisible flag can't change during gameplay. They don't get destroyed. Like they don't animate. Literally nothing happens to them. And so as you can imagine, that lets you be much faster with visibility culling as well. So I just want to restructure it around those two things. And then I think, maybe we'll do a quad tree on top of that. And then we'll kind of be done. What is meant by layers? Well, so Casey, you played Promised, right? Or whatever. We're running debug. Let's run release build. Let's have high self-esteem and run release build. So like there's an upstairs and a downstairs. Those are layers, right? I literally mean that. So like here, I'm on a layer. It's the downstairs. And I ride the elevator up. And now we're in the upstairs. And we do like pop it at one specific point. But we don't have to do that. Like we'll probably smooth that out in some way later. But the point being, either we're drawing all the downstairs stuff or all the upstairs stuff. So GG's, right? Yeah, you cannot see the downstairs when you're upstairs right now. And what we'll do, if we want to enable that, we'll just let you flag some small number of objects as transitional that are in both, because the viewpoints are very controlled, right? So if you wanted to see down a hole, which there's actually 1 or 2 levels where we might want that, you just flag everything under the hole as, transitional or whatever. But like those are the two things around which I would design visibility for this game. A, most things are static. B, in the levels where we need things to be fast, it's in multiple isolated layers like that, because in the other levels that are less challenging, who cares, right? If we're fast enough on this, then who cares about the levels that only have this much stuff that you could see right here, right? Now, how much stuff are we talking about? Well, right now, this level is, let me just select Control A. Oh boy. Wait, there's no Control A. Select all. We have 4,000 entities in this world, and none of them are CDs because there are no CDs in this world. But there are 4,000 entities. There'll probably be more, when we do another visual pass on this. So like 8,000 entities. Why so many? Because that's just what happens, man. A small minority of those are gameplay objects. So if I take, some of the things that are constant are, for example, inanimates. 3,800 are inanimates, which is information that you can use very effectively to visibility call. Probably decals. There's literally no decals on this level. Okay. Rocks, 45, right? So you have 3,800 of one type and 45 of another type. That writes it, the code writes itself under those conditions, right? But that's just not how it's structured right now. At 4,000, you could even just call individually. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit thinking about, like, what about the Nintendo Game Switch and whatever? But, you know, the current loop is set up to call individually. The thing you have to keep in mind is, though, you know, it's calling against possibly a lot of frustums per frame. It's calling, because of the ×9 thing, and because we have multiple passes that we want to call against, you know, it could be 10, 20, 30 frustums that you're calling against per entity. That's still not that much, right? But right now, there's just, in addition to just the math that you would do to visibility call, there's just a ton of, like, if statements all over the place for, like, gameplay code-ish things. And that's also part of the objective, is going to be to get rid of those. I'm going to warm up the tea water again. Any more questions about what we're talking about? So you do just literally everything on the GPU side? I don't know. I've never programmed a Nintendo Game Switch either. I'm just, you know, it's just, I'm thinking of it in this context as just, well, it's a much lower power machine, especially when it's running on battery, right? So. Do individual levels have effectively their own culling strategies? I think it's more like there's one culling strategy and parts of it are disabled if you don't need them. Because like I said, culling, like, okay, most of the levels are like this. The camera don't move, man. And like everything we put in the scene is here. And if the artist put a bunch of stuff outside the frustum, I'm going to be like, why are you doing that? Right. So like, here's what this looks like. There are no CDs in this world. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, I kind of don't know why this is visible during gameplay, but it's not that many triangles, etc. We'll deal with that later. I don't think we have a not in gameplay flag. That's probably why. Anyway, the point being, this is so much easier at that level that we were looking at that nobody cares. Like there is nothing to call, right? That's the thing is like, we want all the entities in the scene to be on the screen. So there's literally nothing to do here for visibility calling, right? Visibility calling is only for the big levels that are more difficult. It's a 4-core, 4-wide, 1 gigahertz. Yeah. Can you CDS entities? I have no idea what that means. I can morb entities. I might have some oolong tea next. Normally you have one draw call per entity, or is that too expensive? Normally you probably have multiple draw calls per entity because entities have multiple materials and whatever. And yes, that's expensive. And as we get engines more and more geared toward modern APIs, you tend to not want to do things that way anymore, right? You tend to want to do something more like what is a draw call anyway? Like draw call is like kind of an old thing. Now it's like, well, you've got a command buffer to the GPU. What goes in there? Well, you have a lot more latitude about what goes in there. You know what? I'm enjoying my gold. I'm just going to do another golden monkey. I like it so much. I'm going to have to get more milk. Telling the truth is a bad idea. So Casey, may I suggest Ishtar for the Molly Movie Club? I mean, really. A bad movie? What? Okay, fine. 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 Bad movie. You could do I don't know. Yeah, like you could do like a pairing of Lawrence of Arabia and Ishtar, and then I don't know what other movies to put with that. Some other classic desert movie. But all the desert movies I'm looking at are not good. Dune. Telling the truth is a bitter herb. Okay, so I'm going to do a thing where yeah. Like all this stuff runs on like every entity. It's nutballs. So what we're going to do, we're going to have an array of static entities and an array of dynamic entities. Dynamic entities are going to have the more stuff run on them. And then they will be converted to the same status as static entities in that they are all potentially visible. The best space opera book / movie. I don't know. Forever War? And the Forever War video game? Culture series? No. I tried to read the culture books last month. I had to quit after like number 3. I can't do them. They're ugh. Ugh. Which ones did I read? The first 3. Okay. Okay, in render frame, we call this in render entities. Okay. We're just going to say this is dynamic entities. Let's put static first because we all know static is better. So right now there's going to be an empty array of static entities, and then we're going to deal with it. Now let me I'm kind of questioning my thought of how to do it. I was going to have a static entities array and then one for gameplay entities. I could, however, just have entities per vertical layer, right? And that contains static ones and gameplay entities, and entities just know their index in there. And if a gameplay entity moves layers, which we know when that happens, then we put it in the appropriate array. I'm going to do that. And you know what? I was going to do this in like this incremental way. But screw it. We're just going to break everything. I'm just in that mood. Okay. Instead of static drawables, we're just going to be called drawables. We're going to delete potentially visible entities. Oops. Okay. We're going to use these flags that I already helpfully defined. Okay. I'm just going to be really stupid about this. We could address this as an array of things. I'm not going to bother. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take out this should reject entity due to vertical level. We're going to take out this is entity hidden. Okay, so vertical, I'm writing down the things that I need to test again. Hidden and Morbin. Like this absolutely should not be in here, etc. It's fine. This removed from map flags. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, we're going to have to deal with that separately. But we won't remove that yet. We're going to morb this gradually over time, right? So we're just going to do these. And we're also going to do the invisible flag down here. Okay, so these are the things that we are factoring out of the general visibility function. God, there's so many fucking if statements. There's so many fucking if statements, guys. Okay. Like, what is going on with this? Okay. So I'm going to write a very slow function. It's not really any slower than what we're just deleting, but it's gonna put the things into the right arrays every frame, right? we're going to say very slow reset manager drawables. Recompute. All right. Okay. You know, there was a static entities file somewhere that somebody else was going to do. I don't even know what that was. I don't think we keep it. All right. Drawables. Okay, so very slow recompute manager drawables. Okay. We're going to reset these arrays without cleaning up the memory. Now, we're going to say if manager dot see, all right, let's do this. Layer info is get ground layer info from manager. That tells us if we're one of these multi-floor levels. Let's call it layers. What's her job? Layers. Okay. Let's do this. If multi, we do one thing, otherwise another thing. So for all entities manager, okay, what do we do? Okay. Like there's going to be, you know, are we in the editor or not? That's a predictable branch, like 100% predictable, so we're not going to worry about it. We'll do this so that we don't worry about aliasing. Okay. If editing, we're just going to put that there. So, so should reject that's not in there. Wow, a lot of people use this. More than I am comfortable with. I don't know why so many fucking people are. Where is it? I couldn't see it. Okay, here it is. Okay. Right. Let's put this in drawables. Oh, visible entity Z0 visible. Oh, yeah. Visible entity Z0. So this is all this stuff. And then in the editor, we do this differently. So I feel like every time you click this button, we're just going to call the recompute function. If statements are bad, and you should replace them all with virtual functions. It was by Google, so you know it's definitely. I mean, I trust Google. I trust Google. Can we do 4 entities at a time at least, though? No, not yet, because this function is only going to get called at slow time, like to reset everything. Like while we're running, we're not going to ever call this. We're just going to pop things back and forth between the arrays as they move, or whatevs, right? Okay. So we actually don't want to call should reject entity due to vertical level. We should want to put it in the right array. Entities colon equals get inline get drawables for layer manager ground layer this frame. All right. Get drawables for layer. Okay. So okay, how do we put it in that array? How do we find the layer? We say get layer, get ground layer. Layer is get ground layer. Layers, comma, e.position.z. We really should I'm not really going to bother right this second, but we probably should do that. Okay. So okay. What is force editor off? Anyway, if we're editing, look at all these things. Okay. Fucking vertical level shit is everywhere, dude. See, I actually need this to be... Okay, here, language feature. Bro, language feature to the rescue. Bro, we ain't just programming in C. Holy shit. Okay. So we're doing all this stuff. We should frickin' so we're flagging it so that we know where it is. So we need this flag. Get drawables for layer. Okay. Drawables on ground. I mean, yeah. We could just have an index and shift and mask or whatever. Okay, so okay. Drawables. Oh. We'll put it in here. Underground enabled is not ground layer info. It's is active. Entities wanted array. Yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this is badge. This is very badge. This is, we don't want this. Bro. Okay, this is very good for debugging the Heisenbug, which I don't want to derail later, but I get it 100% of the time now. So I'm going to write it down, Heisenbug. Okay. That's awesome, because I'm sure it's a very easy bug. However, I don't care right now. So the problem here, this probably means something else isn't compiling, because these are things that are supposed to be emitted. See this? We, for some reason, didn't put wall set in our entity type names. What would cause that? I don't know. It's like, this is a different, like, deep compiler inconvenience where this entity didn't compile. And for some reason, we didn't catch that. We should have caught it, but we didn't. And I don't, that's like a whole thing I need to spend a day looking at. I also don't want to derail it. This is the first time something like that's happened to me in like a year. So let's do this method of figuring out what the fuck is going on. Still. I'm gonna baby rage. I'm gonna baby rage. I've had so many derails from working on this today already. And yesterday, oh my God, the line must be drawn here. We're just gonna, come on, man. I really don't want to stop and debug this. Oh. I bet I know what it is. We're trying to resolve these identifiers or somewhat like, yeah. Let's just search for those. This is a weird problem. Oh my God. Fucking everybody cares about this array. I fucking broke everything. Okay, we have a bit more to do, guys. So oh, maybe nobody calls us anymore. Lol. Got him. All right, so who else uses this? Yeah, so what's the problem is we're just not reporting an undeclared identifier somewhere because we think there's more to do. It's like, it's an issue. All right. Oh. Calculate and store AABB. Like, what is that even for? For the shadow map stuff. Okay, we have to disable this until further notice. What the hell is first entity in current floor for? Sounds like something I wrote. We're just ripping it all up. Get wind. Oh, no, it's not something I wrote. All right, we'll let that stand for now. What was I even? I'm getting rid of these potentially visible. Yeah, I just went whole hog and started wrecking stuff. So we got it all here, right? Okay. 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 Baker, did we get? No. Yeah, we need to, okay, so water entity, we're going to write that down. Because when we build this super slow thing, we can do this shitty thing that we're doing here. Okay. So yeah, we may have a problem that this is not solving my compiler problem. Ah, there's one more. Oh, but it's commented out, right? Yeah. So I got rid of the identifiers that I knew I was using that were badge. It has not solved our problem. This makes me very sad. Sag. So now I really don't know what to do. Except for starting to add shit to the compiler. We could run a debug compiler. See if it asserts or something. Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. What do I do, guys? This is the kind of thing that I would not wish upon anybody, including myself. It's not mattering where I put wall set, which is often Audio region, footstep material, entity flags. What is the deal with airplane food? What would cause this? Well, we might just have to dig into the compiler. Compiler stuff is complete Hebrew to me. You just want to learn a bit, want to be Padawan. Okay, look. Don't say stuff like that. Do you know why? Because it takes no special skill or ability or style to not know something, or to be mediocre at something, or to be bad at something. And so when you say stuff like that, it's like, you know, when I meet someone, like if I'm on a date with a girl and she's like, back in the days when I used to go on dates with girls, and she's like, oh, you know, I'm not a math person or whatever, but says it in that way that she like expects credit for not knowing math or not being good at math. That's this weird thing that we do in America. It's like mega turn off right away. Okay, don't like it's your mom would say that. Yeah. It's just not, it's a weird thing that we do, at least in America, maybe across most of the Western world. And it's part of why we're failing. And it's hard to explain why, because it's so deeply embedded in our culture. All right. Anyway, that's why that kind of thing bugs me. It's like, it's not exactly a flex the way it was said, but it kind of is. Because like, look, for any complex topic, right? 99.99% of people don't know anything about it. So of course you don't know anything about it. So why are you bragging that you don't know anything about it? You know what I mean? Anyway, drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. Okay. Unregister entity. I have a problem. My problem is I don't know anything about what's going wrong with the compiler. So we are going to figure out what's going on with the compiler. And this may derail me into fixing compiler bug instead of continuing with visibility work. But that's what happens when you make a compiler and a game engine and a game all at the same frickin' time. Do you know what the rock is cooking? All right, so. Okay. Now the problem is if I run it no jobs, we get the, you know what? We might have to just fix the Heisenberg. Okay, the line must be drawn here, everybody. Because we need no jobs. The line, it's just one of those days. The line must be drawn here. Okay. Oh, we even got a frickin' assertion? Oh, right before this. Okay, cool. So where are we? We're in maybe split condition. Literal. It's a literal. Let's see where this is. Line 5188. It's literally a double equals comparison. So what's going on is I'm comparing a type, and we should have, so we're like evaluating a constant type, and we should have registered with the deeper parts of the compiler that we care about that type. That should have happened when we resolved this identifier. So this, yeah, this is bound to a struct. I wonder if this could be causing the other bug in a weird way. It could quite be. Okay, so this struct is just not done being compiled yet, right? It's in the size pipe. It's waiting to be sized, okay? So that's not great. Now, it's supposed to get need size to builded. Yeah. So when we say resolve one ident, we're supposed to need size to build in here. This is all placeholder stuff. So we set the resolved scope entry. So it's in part 2, I think. Yeah, infer part 2. It's like Leonard part 6, but it's infer part 2. Okay, this is if it's, so we should be getting down to here. We literally don't do it. Do we actually set the substitution on this? We do. Where does this happen? Right there. Where is this set substitution? You know, I could do it right here, actually. Okay. Let's make a release build. Oh my God, I didn't even realize we were morbing already, guys. We were STB morbing. Okay. We fixed that problem. Okay, so now the other problem. This one is more of a mystery. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be such a hack. Such a hack. I will show you how the big men debug compilers. Here's what we do. Let's go to our code first of all. So we want to know why wall set doesn't propagate, right? Okay, so let's go into parser. Or no, type. Bound. Where do we set bound name? I think it's in BLive. 413. Yep. Okay. We'll make sure we get the right thing first. We say, if in our compiler we're trying to make a struct called wall set, starring Michael Douglas, cowabunga-oriented programming. All right. So this is going to take a little longer because it's debug mode. Cowabunga. There we go. This should be reproducible because we're running no jobs. Let's try again, by the way. Dude, I need to profile the debug compiler because, like, it's taking too long these days. Yeah, see, same number. All right, so like here, we could go desk arrow s is equal to this, ox. This is how we do things downtown. The Giant Big Man Club, Casey. Casey, I forgot all about the Giant Big Man Club. Oh my God. It appears other people know about the Giant Big Man Club. There are 2 hits for the actual Giant Big Man Club, and then the rest of it is like general things. So 2 people in the world know about the Giant Big Man Club. Oh man, how did I forget about the Giant Big Man Club? I wonder if it's still there. How did you remember the Giant Big Man Club is my question. How are those neurons like still active? Okay, we're just gonna... Whoops, I just reloaded my Twitch chat. We're just gonna keep F5ing here a number of times, because it's sort of expected that the first few times we can't do this. But if it's a genuine log jam, we'll keep going and keep going. And okay, so no inserters. Oh, I could have just looked at what it yielded on. Although maybe we're not setting that, which could be the source. How many statements are there? 8. Oh, all right. So we are log jamming on an identifier. Watch this be super obvious as soon as I look it up. Wall data. That's just, right? Well, that's a wall data. Are we literally never... Oh shit, guys. Remember when I deleted... Remember when I deleted this other file? Oh no, that was loading bit array. All right. I just want to make sure we're loading this. Yes. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Although it's in walls. Vector 3i bit array. Now I did import bit array there. What if we need that? Dude, I'm a giant big man. Okay. So I'm crossing off Heisenbug because we solved that. I'm going to postpone figuring out why this doesn't give a good error message. The deal is we're trying to use a bit array and we didn't import it, so it doesn't know what it is. And so that log jammed all this stuff. And I think actually we might need another user level feature. Because like there's no feature to say if something still hasn't compiled, but it's like flagged. Like that thing is lagging behind. Yeah, I need to think about this. This actually is not necessarily a compiler implementation bug. It may be a wormhole in the design of how we do things. I need to think about that. I am writing it down. Okay, we have learned I didn't spend 6 months. I was there for 6 weeks, which fucking felt like 6 months. Yes, after Sokoban is finished, I have to work on the secret game. It is true. Casey speaks the truth. Fucking look at all this shit, guys. Get drawables for layer. Oh, because I commented it out. Okay, it's not that bad. Ah, it's not that bad. Drawables on ground. I kind of want to make that into an array of stuff, but we'll do that maybe in a bit. Carlos Cascadeda. Okay, dude. This cascade stuff is all over my ass. I don't want to be thinking about cascaded shadow maps right now, especially because they're not even turned on. Like, what is actually happening right now? I want nothing to do with this right now. What is literally happening? All right, cool. Hey, we actually compile. There's almost no way that this actually works. There's almost no way. I think the only thing you know about game 3 is it has bridges. Oh, hey, look. It kind of works. It doesn't have bridges, though. Game 3 doesn't have bridges. So you're wrong. Sorry. It does? Wait. How does it... Where are the bridges? Oh, in the towns. Okay, no, you're right. Dude, I am a noob at my own game. I'm sorry. Okay. So this is kind of a disaster. This is fine, though. We're going to make it all work, and possibly not all tonight. Because anytime I do just a massive, like, rip everything apart scenario like this, then it's nice to have a rest in the middle sometimes, you know? A Dink Smallwood remake. Dude, I would do a Dink Smallwood remake. What? Why doesn't the author of Dink Smallwood do a Dink? I thought there was going to be one. Dink Smallwood HD remake. Dink Smallwood was like from the early days of indie games. Okay. It was an RPG. It was a dang good RPG from back in the day, is all I'm saying. Starring a hero. The hero, not the hero we deserve, but the hero we need. And that hero's name is Dink Smallwood. So how did I, like... I mean, I understand drawing the wrong entities or whatever, but, like, the shadow map's in the wrong place. Like, are we trying to use cascades? I bet we are. And I have to say false there. Okay, so cascades were actually in use. So I may try to turn them back on, but not till after I am done with these other things. Hey, look, the shadows are in the right place. And the entities showed up for some reason. I got a double wacky. So now we just have stuff like, oh, some invisible things are like, you know? Giant big man, the hero we deserve. Okay. Oh yeah, I mean, this is really having a hard time with cascades turned off. So we're gonna have to re-enable those. Although I'm honestly yeah, for the most part, we working fine. Now, in the editor, when I toggle these buttons in the view mode situation, so that's working for some reason. See, oh, because we're calling the function literally every frame. Yes, that's fine. So, like, really, the editor version I don't know why that's negated, but okay. That looks pretty cool. Down there. Okay, so all of this seems to work. So it's the gameplay stuff that is a little off, and then we got to get the cascades going again. Is that little golem thing moving up and down the new Promised Lizard? No, in Promised 1, there's little UFO dudes. Or whatever. Like little disc dudes. It's abstract, right? Like, okay. Here's the lizard dude. Like, we don't skimp when it comes to lizard shit, okay? It's because the lizard has a personality. All right? Never let anyone tell you that I don't make games with lizards in them, because I do. Okay, so here we want to know if these entities are visible in gameplay. Okay, so back at our determined visibilities, we're going to check this. In our very slow function, where is that? What was our very slow function? Render frame. I think. Wait. Oh, that's in drawables. It's like Lunchables. Very slow recompute drawables. Fuck, dude. Because now we need more if statements. Because invisible means nowhere. But like... Okay. I kind of want another tea, but it's pretty late to be imbibing lots of caffeine. I tell you what. I tell you what. Okay. So, what is the next step in removing this incredible mass of if statements from the universe? It's Morbin time. I'm going to get a sody pop. I'll be right back in a second. Does not seem to have worked for the Gex Enter the Gecko franchise. Dude, the Gex games, I'm sure, sold 10 times as many as any game I ever made. Gex is just mega famous. Okay, so we have our visible in gameplay flag that I am just now adding, that I may regret adding, but it's maybe an intermediate stepping stone. Because before we can do the incremental frame to frame thing, we need this working correctly even with the slow version. And I'm annoyed by this because we're going to have like who else looks at can see? Okay. Nobody really. Like this whole can see concept is more about gameplay anyway. So we're not going to... Just going to put a no check in there. I don't want to think about this shadow visible thing yet. Okay. So why did we put that there? So we could do this. We could have one flag that we can check. And if that flag is set, it's Morbin time. Okay, well, as you can see, it's not always more. When I said it's Morbin time, I didn't mean like it's always Morbin time. You know, it's just sometimes it's Morbin time. That's all. So I kind of don't know what's going on here. Oh, wait. It's that else, guys. Bruh. That is not a place for an else. Or Elsa from Frozen. See? It's Morbin time. I told you. I told you about Morbin time. And that is what time it is. Frame rate sure is low, but you know, it's all the frickin' particles that you can barely see being drawn 9 times and evaluated in software with debug mode code that's full of crap. So we'll deal with it over time, over Morbin time. I got kind of hungry, so I wanted to eat some more of a dead bird. You know, it's just how it is sometimes. Okay. It sure looks like I don't see anything I shouldn't see. Let's go here. This looks totally fine. My problem now is that I turned off this cascade situation. Oh, there's this thing. Why do I see that? There was a thing about markers. No. Wait, what was that? What entity type is that? Dang it. That was my Control-Alt-Shift-G debugger special, and it never works because we don't use it that often. Do procedural animation gem. Oh, parent. All right, well. That was just a thing where we don't play animations in the editor, and we were like looking up, hey, this guy's got a thing attached to a bone, and like in the editor that's not a thing. Morbin.exe, all right. Although this level isn't even a frickin' level. But what is even happening? Control-Alt-Shift-G is not giving me a good fucking time right now. Because we don't copy that it's a multi-layered layer cake. Fuck. I just want this debugging thing to work that I never use and that never fucking works. I just want it to. Well, multi-level, multi-floor level. Where does this get set? We'll just do this. Where is this? Oh, it's not in developer.keymap? Oh, it's in editor.keymap. Control-Shift-Alt-G, new open world copying gameplay level. It's my favorite frickin' thing. There's always something more to do when you are programming. That is true. Okay, multi-floor level works. I do not see what is in that square. I see this, which is a view giver, which is like invisible. But what's that? It's like literally not here. So I might have to trap entities and look for something with a question mark. That's pretty weird. I bet it'll be obvious in hindsight. I think it is a marker. These are camera control A's. That doesn't help me. Okay. I had wanted this to be just a quickie visibility thing and we'd have it switched over, but it is not that easy because we have stuff like this and we have to fix the shadows. Bruh. This must be something that we create. Okay, anyway, we could work on the other part now, which is turning the cascade thing back on, which maybe won't be that bad. Wait, are we still... Hold on. Are those missing mesh errors happening now, or was that because of the Control-Alt-Shift-G? Huh. Oh, because we're trying to draw them in gameplay? Oh, we set can see. Okay, never mind. We're setting that for invisible things. I think that's going to be the crux of the thing. So those wall sets are those big, just the gridded walls and floors that we make all the levels out of at design time, and we sort of just procedurally generate those meshes, right? But we generate them all in the editor for everything, right? But when you're not in the editor, we don't generate them for invisible things because we don't need the mesh if we're not going to draw it, right? Now, we were then marking it as visible in gameplay. Okay, so this didn't fix, but, oh, damn it, dude, what? What is happening? All right, well, we're just going to have to look at where that goes. Is missing its mesh. That's in draw. I mean, like I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure the flag's not gonna. I don't know. No, not bear grab. What is literally happening? Okay, so every frame we're spamming these. We're just spamming. Okay. It is a wall set. One 00004. The 4 is visible in gameplay. The 1 is drawable underground. Okay, the drawable underground. Why is it visible in gameplay? Invisible. Did we just not recompile correctly? Like, what's going on? Like, what is literally happening? Play the cycle frontier. I was sort of thinking about that, and then today I was hyped to do this. Now I am questioning the degree to which it was smart to be hyped about this. But I am sort of hyped because even if I have to spend a lot of tomorrow on this, it'll be so good to have it frickin' fixed I mean, except not really, because somebody else added a bunch of stuff that's really slow on these levels, but we can get him to fix that. And then once visibility culling is reasonable, then we just have to attack all the 7 trillion functions that get called every time we draw an entity. Like when we actually draw it, as opposed to whether we ask if we should draw it. Okay, what the actual fuck is happening? Okay, we won't do this yet. We're going to load all these other levels. Okay. Like, it sure looks like it's not doing it. Let me move the thing. Oh. Why were we still debugging the compiler all this time? I don't think that had any bad effect, but you know. Oh, wait, we don't want that yet. Okay. So, this is a wall set. It's in promised. It is not flagged. It is not flagged invisible. Does it get made invisible later? So it's 44,114. What is happening? This wall set is erroneous. I believe the wall sets are our future. Now, I feel like we had this problem with more than one. Zero, what is all this zero stuff? That is a wall set. It says invisible. This is so simple. I don't get it. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put an assertion in here. If editing, else now this is going to go off for other stuff. So let me we're going to have a function called make invisible, become invisible. Let's do this. Okay, so now we're going to become visible. Bro. This sucks. I mean, it's very slow, whatever. Okay, we're just going to go. Okay. So we haven't even used these yet. We have to use these. Okay. Oh, that's not even a thing. Like, ugh. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's already can C equals false. We don't need that. Okay, who else sets invisible? Draw? Like what? That's commented out. Very good. Splash. Okay. That's not needed. That's not needed. I think I already got this file, but we'll check it again. That's not needed. All right. So really the only thing that becomes invisible in the middle of a frame is view giver, because we pop it out. Pop it out. Pop a smurf it out. Okay, so this was my assertion that we added, where we said it better not be invisible if we get here. Like, dude, what the fuck? That we validated. So like somehow we're setting the invisible flag on this dude. Okay, here's the line must be drawn here. Here's what we do. Here is what we do. Now that our assertion is going off, that's good. Because we have figured out WTF. Am I liking the weather in Florida? It's nice and sunny. Nice and sunny. All right, so we check our Lunchables. And here we go. Entity ID 4. All right. Okay. So this one, because it's the first one that we draw, as long as that's reproducible, which it should be, we just check that. Check it. Okay. Its flags are not set, so we should be able to do a data breakpoint. OX25 DCB 4A 2738 4A. Oh fuck. Oh, we don't want to be here yet, actually. Sorry. Because we load, okay. Those are entity ID 4 in different levels. I don't even know what that was about. That was me turning on a breakpoint being weird, or maybe it was a legit bug. I don't know. We're not debugging that right now. Okay, so now I want to set that breakpoint. Now that we are about to load this level that we have been debugging. Okay. New data breakpoint 2940AA81100. It is not invisible. I bet there's just some loop where I set things dynamic. Are you shitting me? What? Wait, where were we before? How are we loading the entities now? Oh no, is that in make? What? Why don't I look at where this happens? Register entity. I bet we register. Make of unknown type, I bet fucking yes. I'm a lazy butt. Okay, so the problem is I make the entity and I'm like, bro, it's all good. And then I read the flags out of the memory, which are not set. See, this is one of those tricky things that happens when you're making a game engine or whatever. Like we want the memory to read the flags into, right? But we want to make decisions based on the flags. Although honestly, we don't really need to do that where we are doing it. Here, we're going to, in much the way that the Fed has a dual mandate, we will do a dual flagging. We're going to go, we're going to say not visible in gameplay here. Actually, there's so many comments here. Okay. So mandate number 1 is here. I don't know. Yeah, you know, not visible in gameplay due to entity type. We're going to be very specific about what's happening. Okay, so this stuff doesn't matter. Okay, visible in... So now our dual mandate is, we're going to say, if it's got this flag, we bail. And if it's got invisible, we bail. So guess what? We didn't actually need our invisible functions, right? But that doesn't really matter, because what we're really going to base our frame-to-frame decisions off is just what array it's in, which we're going to incrementally do. So like, I don't even know why I was bothering so much about that, honestly. Okay. Hey, look, our weird thing is gone, and all the error messages are gone. Okay, I can work with this for now. This is fine. This is fine, and I don't mean in the way of the little dog with the house on fire. This is actually, I don't know why I spent just an hour fucking debugging that. That was stupid. But you know what? We do this sometimes. It's the bivouac, man. We sleep here. All right, so... Next. Sorry, I just hit the microphone very violently. It's from my anger for spending an hour debugging that. Now, I could just say don't register the frickin' entity yet. I don't know why I don't say that. I probably should. It's fine. So we've got our very slow recompute one drawable. We've got relatively simple conditions. We put it in the array for the layer. So really the only part we have to worry about is the incremental part now. Oh no, well there's the cascade thing, right? So we need to turn that back on. Okay, so what happens when we try to enable this? Oh, we just... Okay. I thought there was going to be a problem with that. I mean, I may have broken it anyway. Let's see what happens when the dudes go on the edge. And they're kind of working. They're kind of working. All right. So this was really goofing out without the cascades. On the down low. All right. All right. I mean, sure seems like it's working. Kinda, sorta. This guy doesn't have a shadow right now, though. But I'm not... I can't guarantee that he did, you know what I mean? That may not be like a sun shadow. There, he's got a shadow. That's a point light shadow, so's that. I don't know, guys. Bruh. Okay, so this is pretty good for now. This may be where we end the stream for now. We still have this shadow visibility thing that I punted on. We still have this water entity flagging that I punted on. We have this bit array compiler bug, which isn't going to happen right now. And I probably want to delete my enable cascades thing that I added everywhere. But this is a good start. So let me go back and recap why I did all of this. We wanted this function, very slow recompute one drawable, or actually very slow recompute manager drawables is the real thing we wanted. Why did we want that? It's because right now we just call this every frame before we go render entities, right? Which calls determine visibilities, right? Okay. We want to pass way fewer entities to determine visibilities for the heavyweight levels like these couple that I've been looking at, like the multi-level ones. And this sorts things into the different levels, and then we get the right array, right? That's fine. It's still slow to do that sorting into all the levels every frame, although honestly, probably not as slow as it was before. We've probably already got a speed up. But the point being, most of these things don't change what level they're in. So we can do this incrementally as things move, and then we're good, right? So that'll be the thing that we do tomorrow, is instead of doing this every frame, we'll do it at startup and then incrementally as things happen. And then we'll have to do a little bit of stuff in the editor as well. But the point being, then it'll be a huge win. And then we can start taking out some more stuff like this this is entity potentially visible. That shouldn't even be there probably, right? Because we already checked it before we frickin' got here. This whole sky thing is like, that should just be, we'll change this out later, but this should be handled totally differently than it is. So don't worry about that. And then this, we're going to have to look at. And then this offset for loop that we're running for every visibility. I don't know. We could think about that, about doing something faster for that. Although, now that I think about it, our more expensive levels, a lot of them do use those offsets. Although, Overworld doesn't. So we could think about that. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we're getting there. It's not going to be totally absurd for much longer, which is nice. Okay. So guys, one of the gloomy things that had always kind of bummed me out was like, early in the development process of this game, it was like, well, I'd been building up the game and the engine and just adding all this complicated stuff that happens when you draw entities. And I'm not even talking about this visibility stuff, but just like when you want to draw an entity, what happens and where do the colors come from and all these things. And it's a lot of code, guys, that should not be running for every entity. And I sort of had dismayed, like I'd been hoping that somebody would like kind of clean it up for me. And that hasn't happened, so the line must be drawn here, and I have to do it. And, I'd kind of dismayed something at that, but it really is possible. You just do it. You just do it and it gets a lot better. So that's all. All right, well, we spent 5 hours on this, and we got a lot done. This task is not complete. But it's looking positive. It is looking. So once we get it so that entities go into the right array incrementally based on what level they're on, that's part one of much faster visibility culling. It already will make a big difference. Then, if we want to do like a quad tree or something per layer, no big deal. We just put quad trees instead of the arrays. Things go into and out of them incrementally. It's fine. Yeah. Anyway, y'all, let's see if we can raid somebody in the software and game development catalog. No, not Star Citizen. That was the next thing I accidentally clicked on. What's going on? It's visibility culling Morbin time. While Preg match. We're on Brazil time somehow. The Brazilians have taken over Twitch. Silent Hill 2 level editor in C++. Well, factory game. Let's go see a factory game. Thanks everybody for coming by. See you later on. I hope this is a good factory game.